Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show. So, without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Friday edition of the stream. Today, we're going to be working on some more enemies for Insignia. And that is going to include our kind of Bobcat enemy we've been working on, and also maybe a new one as well. I'm feeling pretty good about it. I've been working on it this morning with our designer Luca, and yeah, it's coming along quite well. All right, off the top, I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat. We've got Type Jazz, Bilbo Swaggins, Pixels Murphy, Kedarui, Beanson, Virtue vs. Vice. Wow, all no dupes, all original comments. Big thanks also to Miwas Good Boy for the most recent follow, and Davey Jones for the most recent subscription. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. So, not much else to really talk about ahead of just getting into it. We don't have any meetings or anything today. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, just working away. So, where are we at? Well, we have something of a new enemy in the game. Let me just see if I can move this. Webcam showcase, no. It's web component, which is this one, but it's not that one because it's DSLR component, which I think if I push this up like to here, that might be a little bit better for us there. Yeah, that's better. Sweet. And then maybe we push it over a little bit to the left. More like that. Actually, I feel like this should be a bit more like this. And then I can bring this over to here, and then I got more space that way. Now we got, ooh, lots of hand space. Okay, so welcome. What we're working on at the moment is, so I did all these refactors this week into the combat system, and I'm quite happy with how they're working, but I'm going to need some new animations to actually test them. Let me show you sort of the enemy that we're working on at the moment. This is the Langson. Name, probably TBD, but he can attack us, he can go overhead. He can also dash through us if we're not careful. I'm not sure why sometimes he has no hurt box at all. I gotta fix that. You get the idea. So let's have a look at least and see what's going on here. So this one does not have a hurt box. That probably needs to change. This does have a hurt box, but I feel like we weren't hitting it somehow. I don't know why. I'm pretty sure that's the only idol that he's got. That, oh, this has also got a hurt box. That's okay. This probably doesn't need this. It was the default. Stalk backward and stalk forward don't have hurt boxes. Okay. Well, I can give them. But stalk backwards and stalk forwards need to basically just be the same thing as the normal shuffle. I guess for now we don't have anything on that, but if I go to combat idle, well, I'll just remake it myself. So it's a guard box, and the guard box is here. And on its idle, that guard box has a vulnerability of 0.1. Okay, let's try that again. Don't love it yet. Doesn't feel great yet. But we need some animations. Let me see if I can get Luca. Could you push your progress so far? Cool. Okay. Actually, I've already... Cool. So today I'm going to see if I can tune this up a little bit. I think mostly the animations are okay. The base combo is no good. Then we need some kind of like semi-hurt states. That's kind of what's new. So the way it works in the game right now, hey pals on YouTube, yeah, the way that it works right now is previously all enemies either had a hurt, like a flinch, and then just like a knockdown or a tumble, depending on if you hit them in the air. But what I want is for some enemies to have like guard states, basically like states where, yes, they've been hit, but they haven't been hurt. So they need to be able to react to that and also change their state tree to reflect some, alternate strategy. So if you're like wailing on the guy and he's blocking, he should be able to do something as a result, rather than just be considered hurt or not hurt. So it's more of a duel than a just I hit you or you hit me. Okie dokie. So I'm going to go and I think I'm just going to work on this directly. Man, I love that. Maybe we'll use this as an alternate one. So we're going to take thrust, we're going to go new frame, we're going to take this and push it all the way over to the end. And we're going to call this rattle 1. Lowercase r. Okay. And then the way that I'll do this is I'll just delete a lot of the complex additions to this so that it can be worked with easily. Okay, so we got the sword, we got this. Perfect. Let's get animating, shall we? Alrighty. So this rattle, he's just been hit and he's gonna like sort of jerk the sword back a little bit and do like a stance response. So I think 4 frames. Maybe 5, but let's leave it at 4 for now. I guess I could just do this by hand. So I'm thinking that this would go back down to about here, and it would be sort of more like this, but closer towards us, just like this. Maybe a little bit more. I'm thinking maybe more than that. Head probably is going to come forward. We are drawing today. And the whole posture should probably come back a little bit. could push this forward and bring this even more this way. No. It's a subtle thing. No, I'm not interested in doing that. Cool. Well, I mean, we've already got other animators on this project. So the role of the junior is being done by juniors. Like, if I could help it, why would I want to cancel humans out? Yeah, that was pretty sucky of them. I think maybe... Hey, Nateful, welcome. Hey, how's it going, Bugatti? I think maybe this should go up, not down. Maybe the head can come down a lot further too. In fact, let's get rid of the helmet for now. It's not really necessary. There we go. That's good. So that's rattle 1. Let's get that in there. Okay, so this is a guard box. It has a vulnerability of 0.1, and this is going to go into Langson, Highwayman, on guard, and then we need rattle 1, animation state. Rattle 1, frame rate of 10, and that's it. This goes there. Pressure threshold is, let's call it 0.5. Let's see what happens. Nice. You seeing the difference between those two things? So now he's got like that, and then at 50% of his stun he goes into the more like obvious hurt. So with this, what I want is we want a vel x of -2, maybe even 3 on this frame. You see that? Let's make it 4. And then we can have one here that goes a little bit forward. That's good. So, no, we haven't released it yet. All year it went on the back burner. And now we're back. I'm going to make some time for it next week. I promise. Okay. So this is good. Bonk, 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 bonk. And then we need one that's like called reflex. Okay, and reflex is going to do this. Reflex is going to have him doing a complete and it's going to be in this really cool stance too. He's going to be like this, like this, like this, maybe like this. Bring him up a little bit, almost like a kind of like a crane stance. Keep this straight though. Integration of a game with Epic, GOG, Microsoft. Hire someone to port it to those platforms. As opposed to doing it myself. It's all good. Or do you mean Insignia? Hey, Gleb. What are you porting? A game. Well, I don't actually expect to be targeting. When you say Microsoft, do you mean Xbox or do you mean like what actual APIs are you trying to target there? Really? Just Xbox Game Pass with achievements. Do I have any course or vid where I teach how to dev? I have a brand new video that is ready to upload as of like last week. I just haven't gotten there yet with a thumbnail and a title and stuff. I have a video ready to upload that's going to teach you the very, very basics of game programming if you're interested. I've actually recorded the video twice. There's 2 of them. They're both about an hour long, but I'm only going to upload one. And it's going through basically how to get from nothing, right? Absolutely blank canvas, to something that is a game, like your first game. And it's super simple. It's going to be like a brick breaker style game where you're just bouncing a ball, with a paddle and trying to get a high score by bouncing it against the wall. Hey, JD Does Dev, welcome. So super simple, but it's going to teach you things like real-time gameplay input, like functions, variables, if statements, for loops, that kind of thing. Scopes. Not quite getting to classes yet, but it's like from scratch, right? Like if you know nothing about code at all, you will go from nothing to understanding the basics of programming and being able to make this game. And it's an hour and 4 minutes at the moment. So like I explained to you literally like this is an integer. This is how you assign an integer. This is what assigning an integer means. All that stuff. And I'm using processing, which is basically Java, to teach it. Java is very similar to Unity code. So if you are interested in learning Unity one day, this is like a really good start into just understanding like what's happening on the computer when you write the code and what it does to make things happen. A lot of people jump straight into something like Unity and get super confused because it's like so much stuff to understand. But this is like not even an engine. It's just like a bunch of code that does something. And it's like the least amount of code to write something that is a game that has interactive, action-based, like an update loop, as opposed to like writing something in a terminal or just doing like a turn-based thing. Yeah. I do have other videos about code, but they're all they all expect you to know a little bit. That's it. So, oh God. So the situation here is that I've got this enemy, and I agonized over this for a little while about how I would want to resolve this. The idea is he's got different levels of hurt states depending on that yellow bar that goes up. The first 50%, hey JD, thank you so much for the raid. Cheers, hope you had a good stream. The first 50% of the bar, he does like a very very bolstered guard. And then the back 50%, he's more like, ouch. But in all of these cases, what I'd like for him to do is sometimes, instead of doing the guard, so hang on a second, like that, instead of doing that, there could be a chance that maybe if he gets hit while doing this, that could be good. Then we'll do like the reflex. But I think there should also be some sort of counter, or maybe it's just at certain breakpoints of the poise. So as the bar ascends from nothing, at some point he's got to go into this extra state that you've got to watch out for. Because if you attack him while he's in that state, he'll do some parry on you, some counter attack. So the idea is to like encourage the player to hit, but then discourage the player, making it a bit more of a game. It's a bit like red light, green light, you know? It's like go, go, go. Oh, stop. Not now. Okay, go, go, go. Or go, go, go. But now you have to do something different. You can't just be attacking. You have to jump and attack, or you have to do something else. Okay. Yeah, it's closer to something like poise, or it's a stagger bar. If you've seen like Final Fantasy VII Remake or Sekiro, same sort of thing. It's basically equivalent to stamina, but they don't lose stamina when they attack. They only lose stamina when they defend. In this game, attacking doesn't cost you anything. So, when we are on guard, what would be the best way to do this? I guess one easy thing we could do is to say, we are in Highwayman, and if on guard should enter, then set on guard, and we're always setting it to true. So we could say on enter if core.doing core.state character.machine.doing this. There's a better way to do this. Is active state debug.log oh my gosh, already in on guard state. Now let's see if I can trigger that to happen. I don't think. Oh yeah, nice. Well. So I'm not sure it'll, like, if I just do it now. It did work, but I think there's no complete, right? There's no way to get out of on guard state, which is why it's just stuck in there. So select state, and then it would be something like void do override public override void do state.do. If state is complete, then we are complete. So this will make him not stick around long enough to get into that second hit. Yeah. So yeah, I don't think that. Well, hang on. Oh, hang on. That's not going to work. This needs to be in setup. So only here will we know we were already in the state. So then something like that. So before you set it, you have to check like that. I don't think it's going to be enough. But yeah, we're never going to hit it fast enough for that to happen. So instead, it can't be based on interrupting the state while it's already there. It has to be instead based on something like recency, like time-based. Like if we were in this state not that long ago, or if our pressure has built up to some amount within some amount of time. So like we've got this pressure class which builds up We could say how do we want to do this? I think it should be something just like the way I wrote it recently was I said something like there would be, you're at state 0. The first time you get hit, you have a like a 0 point, even like a 1.0 chance, like a literally 100% chance to go into to remain in the same state. The second time you get hit, you have like a 0.75 75% chance to stay in the same state. Otherwise, you go into the guard state. And the third time you get hit, this should go down to like 0.5 or 0.3. And then the fourth time you get hit, it goes to like 0.1 or something like that. So like as he gets punished, the odds of him going into the guard state go up. So how would I calculate that? Because it can't just be an integer that's sitting there forever. It has to be something like, we could just say, like in the past I've done like a rolling average for stuff like this. So you just say, you count how many hits, you log every hit, and then every hit or you take the last 5 hits by time, and then you average them, and that'll give you the time. As long as, yeah, something like that. So as long as the average time, you could calculate this as like, is the average time like greater than 5 seconds, greater than 3, greater than 2, whatever, something like that. It's not the worst thing in the world. And all you need is to record, how would I do this? With rolling average, yeah, I kind of think that instead we've already got a system that's sort of doing this. This bar, its job is to do this. So like its job is to track your punishment that you're giving it over time. So I think it should be as we're crossing thresholds, maybe. Something like that. Like or it's more likely to do it the higher the pressure is. I think we could just do that. Kind of. If random.value is greater than, random value goes between 0 and 1, is greater than pressure, let's just see what that does. I'm actually quite interested to see how that works. It should be less than pressure. Yeah, interesting. So let's log pressure and the random value. Okay, that didn't work. Let's go back to negative. Nothing. It's strange. Okay, let's not do the if. So pressure. Oh. What's happening here? It's not getting to this point in the get state by pressure. It's not actually doing this logic. When we select state. Ah, because we're already out of the guard. I see. Oh, well. Maybe then this should go up to the min state tolerance of this. Should be a little higher then. So like when we go to on guard. I promise, on guard. The max stun tolerance. This number, max stun tolerance equals. Really? Oh, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine, that's fine. It's just this number, and I should make this 0.75. So he really, it's very defensive. So then, as we attack... one more second. 1, 2, 3. Then this would be 0.25. Why is that doing that? Yes, that's correct. Okay, it's right. So let's log when the random value, so the pressure goes up over time, I'm assuming. Yes. So as long as the random value is, if the random value is, well, I want the max pressure that this thing checks. Get max rattle pressure. So if rval is, if this value, random range from 0 to get max rattle pressure, random, is that what we want? So if pressure is less than, if pressure is greater than, yeah, okay. If pressure is greater than rval, then over reflex. Let's see how that goes. So that doesn't seem right. No, I got it wrong. How is this 0.25 not right? If pressure, man, I got this so wrong. Let's have a look. For each of the states, if pressure is greater than its state, pick it. But what if it's less than the state? Pressure goes up from 0. So it should really be in ascending order. And then this should be a high number, 0.75. Yes. And this should enter. Checks to see if within pressure range, pressure get normalized is less than max rattle pressure, which should be 0.75. Okay, I think that's right. So, good. So in that 7 hits, we got 3 reflexes. 1, 2, ooh, got it on the first try. That doesn't seem likely to me. So let's just do a bit more logging. If pressure is greater than R-val. What is this random number generator? 0.1, 0.4? What the heck? Am I that unlucky? What the hell? Random range from 0 to this is giving me like 0.1 every time, even though it goes up to 0.75. 0.00005, bro. What are these RNG rolls? 0.13. I haven't got one value north of. Okay, that's 0.49. 0.2. 0.1. There's no way. Ain't no way. I don't believe it. So that would be none. Hang on. It's hard to believe. I think the math is right, but I don't understand how it could be. Then I think we could just make this 0 to 1 F. That random number should be so much bigger than whatever we roll. How? Okay, then I'll make it so that it can never be smaller than 0.1. So at the start, he'll never do that attack. I mean, he'll never defend that way. There we go. So, okay. This is looking pretty promising. In which case, we want to say, we want to set the selected state to be something different now. And this is going to be our reflex state. And I don't know, like, how we should set this up. Because I feel like we should have like a number of reflex states, but maybe for now we just set it up as one. Let's just assume there's one state called reflex. So we would have a public behavior state, or public reflex state. I don't know about WoW. I never played it. Why is this dot state? Because it's a rattle state. Okay. Get state by pressure. Yeah, I understand. Okay. What's happening is he's got like different degrees of like posture, basically. Like you can wear him down and his posture will change to something that looks more like he's getting defeated. And as he's losing the battle, he'll go into like a defensive stance that will, if you hit him, let him do like a parry or something to you. That's the idea. See that? Okay. So then we need him to get an on reflex. So collision info reflex outcome equals reflex. So if this is a guard, and yeah, that should all work. So on guard is probably going to have a life dot poise dot life dot on reflex dot add listener respond to reflex. Then we've got our public void respond to reflex, and then that's just nothing. We might even have our own event that lets us do this. Although, actually, we don't even need this because it will automatically call a reflex event if Armin attacks this box. In which case, I might be able to just scoot this right on over to Langston Engage and go to enter and say respond to reflex here, and then say public respond to reflex, just leap away. and then okay, let's see if that works. So we just need to make sure that this guard it's set to have a property of back, which it does, which means it will block forward facing attacks. Do you know what? It shouldn't be here. This should be in the base state at the top. Should be like here. I'm just going to force this for now. Just like that, actually. And then instead of this having the on reflex check, it's the Highwayman base state that just starts it up with it. Okay. Because we're in control. We're at the top of the tree. We can do whatever we want. We didn't get it. Well, certainly on reflex, on life is listened to. So if the event gets called, we can check it. On the life component, on reflex, we can check to see if we're doing that. Hey, Software Artificer, how's it going? Oh, it did it. Sick. It actually did do it. It just needed to compile. So, now I feel like it's got so much less chance of doing it. Also, game's doing well. Cool, that did work. But we want to update the value bar. So this has a... Does this have a life bar? Life bar? No. Then what's checking pressure? Health bar, set stagger bar to true. Health bar, set stagger item. Set stagger bar to true. Stun bar. Okay. When we invoke this, pressure, stun event, add listener. Okay. So it's pressure stun event dot invoke. Hey, Swizz. So when we invoke this, does it have an if? Yeah, okay, let's see. Nice. So we're actually getting there. So somehow I feel like the on guard became way, way, way better once this 0.01 check was done. I don't know why random range, for some reason, is super biased in favor of the tiny little values. I don't know if that's like something that I don't understand or what, but we can now try this, which will clamp it between a much more reasonable bar. And now when we go Highwayman, we could say instead of leap away, I want this there's more precision at the smaller end of the range. But is it really the case that like calling random on a floating point number is biased in favor of the small numbers? Is that actually a real thing? It doesn't seem like any self-respecting library would encode it that way. Surely. What we could do is say that's a schedule state. No. State. Is it queued state? State transition? What is this called? State queue? It's not state sequence. Is it? Oh, it is. I want a version of this that's not a behavior state. Which is just a character state. Something that I can just assign. That will work. I think this will work. So here we want to say engage.set new internal state sequence. Well, list yeah, force it into a sequence where it does a couple things back to back. Let's see if that works. That'd be sick if that works. Ah, I missed it. Try again. Well, it actually did do it, but I'm concerned that it didn't do it right. It too is not a coincidence. So when I enter, I have a sequence of states. When state is complete, I think this should work. We could even just have this do this if we want. Why does thrust have like... It's a curved behavior state. It doesn't have the backstep as part of it. I'm sure about it. I'm sure of it. But it keeps doing it every single time. I'm convinced that it's not. Oh, it sort of does have that. It goes back and it goes forwards. How does it... Oh, and the thrust has... Oh. Okay. All right, we can fix this. Let me just compile and then I'll get back to it. So how do you create and organize the tasks that you have to do? Do you have any software recommendations to organize game dev projects? I mean, I think something like... It depends on the size of the project. If it's a really small project, something like Trello is probably fine. Otherwise, you can use like Notion is going to do a good job. If it's if it's a small project with a small team, but it's going to have much more powerful features than Trello. I don't use either of them. I use kind of like an in-house solution. It's mostly just for me, and I use Figma to do that. Figma is also not free. But I kind of built my own like day planner task tracker in Figma. So I can say like, here's my backlog of tasks. I can grab a task and I can drag it into what I'm doing today. And then I can say how long it took me. It's not really like, it's really just a glorified to-do list. But I think in a lot of ways, sometimes that's all you need. A glorified to-do list with buckets and then a day planner. For most humans, I feel like that's a reasonable way to approach life. Because if you have like 1,000 things in the backlog, the odds of them being relevant by the time you get to them is probably pretty low. And yeah, I mean, generally speaking, you don't always know what's involved in a task until you get to it. So being able to like rationalize and steer your day is important. Well, Figma is just it's just a UI design app. And so it has frames, it has auto arrangements. So you can create your own components in Figma, and you can give them logic, and you can make them do things like give them states. So I can say, oh, this is an urgent task, or this is a task I'll get to this week, or this is an ongoing task. So, you know, it's not a big deal. Oh, one sec, pals. I just realized something. I needed to get onto thank God. You mentioned archaeology, and I realized that I told them that I was available today, and it's 2:30 and I haven't checked my messages. So luckily they were like, let's do Tuesday. So I'll be meeting them on Tuesday. Yeah, exactly. Software artificer. Like, I worked in a company in 2010, and we had things on whiteboards, you know, not 2010, 2013. We did have Jira as well. Like, we had Atlassian stuff, but the thing is, like, day to day, you sort of don't. It's unless you're in like a software development situation where you've got like requirements, you know, you've got acceptance criteria on specific things, then I think you could probably get away with having like proper Jira tasks and tickets and stories and all that stuff. But if it's just you creating something, very hard to use that kind of heavy architecture without it getting cumbersome. Is there a template? I could release this template. It's so easy to set up though. Look, let me show you how to do it, right? Okay, here's a frame. So I'll shrink this so you can see it. All right, here's how to set up an auto list of tasks in Figma. Frame, draw it. You can set the background whatever you want. Okay, you want it to be pretty with rounded corners, drag this little thing, you got rounded corners. Okay, now let's do the task name. Task name goes here. Okay, you press Shift A to turn that into its own frame. You give it a fill, maybe make that black and make it semi-transparent as well. Give it a bit of rounded corners too if you want. Okay, you put this in here, you press Shift A on this thing, and then you can copy and paste these if you want. If you want it to be aligned to the top, you do this. You take away this, make it like something like 20. There you go. You got tasks. You want to make one of these a component, pull it out here, create component, delete all these, duplicate this every time you want to use it. Now, you want to change the font, no worries. Bold this guy, now they're all bold. You want to make this thing fit the text size, done. Done everywhere. You want to give a little, you want to make a variant. Add a variant. This one's going to be called urgent task, and we're going to call this urgent. And the urgent one is going to have a fill that's a bit more red. Okay, take this, put it in there. You want these to be urgent as well. That's urgent too. That's urgent too. Let's make both of these urgent. Done. See, like, it's not hard to set something up like this, and you're good to go. You can drag these between buckets. You want to give this a label? Okay, take this little guy, bring it up here, to do. You want to make it bigger? Done. It's not hard to just, you know, get a bunch of strings and give them names and stuff. Of course, if you were using something like Notion or Trello even, you could have a description for these things. You could go super deep into it. And sometimes I do that. Sometimes you go in here and you add a second row and you add a bunch of text. I just find that for to-do lists, in any kind of like small development environment, if you can't describe inside of the name of the task the exact thing that it is and what to do and how to do it, then it's not a task, it's multiple tasks. If you can't say, I'm going to change da-da-da, like a commit message, right? Add this to that, change this to this, delete this, refactor this. If you can't give it like a one verb thing that is actionable, it's too complicated for a task. So in a way, some of the philosophy here Like, yes, this is a big dumb whiteboard. Yes, it is dumb. And yes, there are more powerful solutions. But part of the intention here is to keep it dumb. It's to keep it dumb so that I don't get caught up in all the nonsense. It is kind of failing me a little bit when it comes to like team production. So this is in Figma as well. We have like full calendars with who's available when. We also have a production doc, which has all of the work that the team is scheduled to do. Right. So it's like, okay, here's a character. We've got rows. Each of the rows are a component, right? So you can make instances of those components and you can make more of them. And they have like stages. So this is not started yet, or this is complete, right? The only problem with this is it doesn't link back to a database. So it looks great. It's a great front end for someone to come in and say, okay, I'm doing my work today. What's on the agenda? I haven't started this. Okay, here's the brief. Here's the prompt from Adam. And this is how long I've got, whatever. That's easy to do. The problem is I can't export this to some sheet and I can't track how quickly the task's being done. That's the only problem. There is a way to do that in Figma. You can create your own plugins and your plugins can do all sorts of stuff. But yeah. People will poo-poo what I'm saying. I know it's kind of a hot take to do it this way. And it's got flaws, but it's the most straightforward way that I've been able to like have my brain be saved somewhere in a way that I don't get lost and I never have like too many things to process. Like I can always action these tasks. I'm never like stuck looking at different views of different kinds of data, trying to understand how I'm supposed to break it down or if I'm missing something. Something like Notion, I find, it's got such a directory style layout that, you can sort of drill down deeper and deeper and deeper into the specific minutia of a project. And you can have specific filtered views for things. And it can be really hard to know that you're looking at everything. Whereas for me, it's so critically important that I can zoom out and see everything. And if there's too much stuff, if I'm getting overwhelmed, that's a sign. But if I can't see stuff because my view is filtered, I don't know that I'm overwhelmed. I just know that I just get anxious, right? It's like a difference between anxiety and being overwhelmed. Anxiety is like, I don't know what I don't know and I'm scared. Overwhelmed is, I know everything. There's too much. So, not saying you should do this, but just saying I like to do it. All right, I'll be right back. Okay. That's not what I want. There we go. So let's remember what we were doing. We were going to commit this work. Okay, let's fetch. And then let's merge this into development, and it's going to have some conflicts. It better have some conflicts. And what? How is that possible? Oh, okay. Nice. In that case, I was really expecting that. So there was a thing that he did in the lead up to, not those, not these, this. I love this intro to the thrust. Oh, no good. Can't just copy. Okay, well, let's have a look. What's changed here? Zoop. Bump, 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 bump. Oh, they're so good. Okay, Luca, let's see what you did. If I just take this and this, that's pretty much everything. So I can copy those, make my thrust 5 frames. It's a 5-frame thrust, pals. Paste. Let's delete everything we've got. Paste it. Zoop, bang. Sweet. And I think we're going to delete this one. Bop, bop. And then I want 1 frame before the big thrust. Let's make that work. You hate source control? I think source control is pretty good. Let's bring these down. Bring these out. Rotate the knee. Flick the tail up. No, not the knee down, knee up. Complete other way. Close enough. So, oh, yep, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, we do this. We're gonna get a bunch more frames, or at least space for frames. The easy way to get out of this would be to delete these. What is this? Forward attack, forward hitbox. Okay. And box, box, hurt, hit. I'm not super happy with this. Also, this frame here, it might be nice to just bring it back. There we go. So, okay. Big attack. Forward, forward, and forward. Okay. So now we've lost this. So it's like that. And I think we can figure this out. So curve behavior state will play the animation, and what will it do after that? It'll play the animation true as a loop. I don't know if I want it to loop. Okay. So we're not going to loop. And I think we can make this, let's add a key here. Let's flatten this. Let's expand. Let that go like that. Okay. Let's have a look. So, 1, 2, he goes back. Oof. Let's try that again. One more time. Yeah, I really think that needs to change significantly. So let's go back to the thrust. Let's bring this way up. Let's make this 1 second. Hey. That's better. But we're going to make it go a little bit better than that even. And in fact, we don't even need the double in Highwayman. We don't even need to do this anymore. I'm just going to also send this off to Luca. Hey, Kyle. So I think we just want thrust. It's kind of cool. My creative process depends on what you mean. Depends on which parts of my creative process. For art, for writing, for programming. Let's have a look. That was a little strange that it felt like inside of this. Choosing my outfit. I wear black. If I'm going to be on stream, I wear black. Okay. If times duration, fixed to resolve velocity. That's the how. I guess what I'm talking about is the what. How do you decide what to make? Oh. See, this is where, like, for me, creativity is like, it's not something. I have an answer for you, but I'm going to explain something first. First, I've never, as in my whole life, never had a problem of what do I make. I've always known what to make. And that's because as a child, it was curiosity that was driving me. Like, I just had things that I would watch a TV show. I'd get inspired by the characters. I want to draw the characters. I saw someone draw a cool portrait. I want to get good at drawing portraits. So I draw portraits. You know, I wanted to learn how to animate because I've seen some cool animations. So I start learning animation. And in that context, like, it really doesn't matter what you do. If you're just learning, like, just think of the coolest thing and go do that. Like, just have fun. You know, you don't have to, like, there's no stakes associated with, like, trying stuff out and learning stuff. But then, of course, when it comes to, like, game development, there's layers of this because some of it has to do with, like, business related stuff. Like, if you just put me in a room and say, make a game, I might say what for. But in life, the what for is like, well, my own creative, expression, the games I want to make. For me, it's very almost like a vocation. It's like, it's my mission to make a certain kind of game, to fill a gap or carry on the kind of ethos of the games that I played as a child that I really appreciated, that I felt shaped me. So inspiration for me is pretty much what drives me, based on experiences that I've had that I appreciate. When it comes to like the game, like right now, like this enemy, why does this enemy exist? Why is it a cat? Why is it whatever? Well, this started as, again, a need. It started as a gap in my own game. It's like, I have enemies that do this and I have enemies that do this, but I don't have an enemy that does this. And it's important because for the game to achieve its creative goals, it needs to demonstrate, for example, the extent of combat and the combat system that I've built. So, given that I want the combat to feel more cerebral and involved than just a regular side-scrolling pixel art game, and I like fighting games, let's try exploring how to implement some fighting game mechanics into my pixel art game. Let's work a character in who can take advantage of those mechanics. I want a character who can be quick and nimble. Okay, that character needs to be an animal. What animals are quick and nimble? It can be a cat. It's just like following a chain of reasoning from a value, from I need something that does this job. What are the things that could solve that job? And sort of just traversing that space until you find the thing that fits, And it doesn't have to be perfect. There is no perfect, but nobody will know the path that you took to get to the end goal. They just see the end goal. So it doesn't matter that this is like the best or not the best possible animal I could have chosen to be this enemy. What matters is that it's cool. So as long as it meets that definition and my goals creatively for what it needs to do, then it doesn't really matter. Of those tasks, which do you feel you have the best creative process for, and which is the most lacking? I mean, I would say coding is not really a creative process to me. Coding is an execution-based thing. I've seen a lot of people talk recently on game dev on Reddit about how they wonder, like, why do artists care so much about AI, but programmers seem to get like thrown under the bus? Like, why isn't code considered original? And for me, the answer is like, code, unless the code itself is novel, as in you're defining some new mechanic in a game that's never existed before, and the rules of the mechanic can only be done in your specific language that you're using, or you've written a programming language just so you can make this very specific kind of game. Even in those contexts where like you're making the most proprietary thing possible, I still feel like code really is just the how. And so for me, like, the design of the thing is the what. The implementing of the design is just the how. So like for me, I sat, for the last 2 days trying to figure out how to code this thing for my enemy states in such a way that would give me the most creative control. But I don't see what I wrote as original or interesting or valuable. It's just a road for my car to drive on. The road, I don't care about the road, I just care about the car. And the car is the game. So like, just being able to support what I was trying to do with the game is valuable. So creative wise, like, I just try to learn from my own experiences when it comes to code. Process, it's just iterative. When it comes to drawing, I think that's where I'm pretty good because I've been doing it for so long. Finding shapes is fun. Lacking, I think writing is hard to validate. I feel like my process is fine, but the process of writing takes a long time to validate, especially when storytelling goes beyond. Like, writing sometimes is conflated with storytelling, which is more broad. And so like, how you tell a story and with which production values can be a tricky one. You know, does this character need to say this, or can you see it on their face? You know, does this moment get caught by the camera? You know, maybe the camera does something that communicates something to us in a way that would be better than if we drew a new picture, a new portrait or something. Maybe just like having the camera pan off screen while the character's talking makes it feel like they're reminiscing or dreaming. So that's the harder one. The thing I'm the worst at would be music. Like, I just don't, because it's temporal, because as you write, your ears get tired of listening to the same thing. I find it hard to trust my navigation as I'm making music, but I don't really make the music for this game. Hey, software artificer. No worries. Enjoy. Okay. So we could speed this up a little bit. Ooh, how does the anim know how fast to play? Oh, spriteless.count over duration. Now that's a neat trick. That's some neat trick. That's sense of yours. Okay. Well, I can see why this would be a problem now. If I do this though, that should cause me a bit of grief here because it's going to have a missing thing. Or did I not? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's just commit that. And this should say, hey, I don't know what's happening. Missing sprite. So we're going to make this number 4 again. Nope. Lengths and thrust 4 so that it doesn't break. And then we're just going to straight up, delete this one. And then this is going to go here, delete that. Good. Let's have a look. Now, this, right now, it's such an exotic frame that I think it's too obvious. It kind of needs to go, take these 2 frames, put them in front. We're gonna do a nice knee bend here. Bring this down. Bring this across even more. Not you. You. Looking at this now, this could be better if it was more like this, but that's a really weird pose. I think I had interpreted it more like that. But coming off of this, it really feels like the leg that should be raising is a different one. Maybe just for now we can go like this and start raising this leg already. It doesn't make sense. Unless we go nah, I'm just gonna leave it like undefined, and you're gonna just your brain's just gonna be okay with it. Trust. That's not right. It's not right. It ain't right. What did I do wrong? On guard has rattle 1 and reflex. Reflex is here. Oh, the frame rate's wrong. 10. That's why. Yeah. But you know what? We could just make that thrust like way shorter. I'm feeling a little concerned about this, but it's pretty cool. Let's put this in that order. Yes. It's actually a thing that's taken from like Final Fantasy. Like Final Fantasy Tactics has the concept of reflex. And reflex is you hit me, but I'm going to hit you instead. Like you hit me, but I was in a stance that meant that you didn't hit me. And instead I hit you. And in fact, we could make its attack a reflex attack. That would be really cool. Maybe we will do that. But that's not what I'm doing right now. I'm going to on guard and I'm checking this. Yeah, I mean, it's just not that. I really hate using random. It's very annoying. I think instead what I want to do is randomize between like set outcomes. So like at the start, it's like, hang on a second. This goes between this and that. If that, we want it to be like almost one. It doesn't really work, does it? If pressure is greater than its random value, but it's not a random, I don't want a random value. So awkward. I want to map the randomness. So hang on a second. Float map random equals helpers dot map. The pressure, it's going to go from 0 to get max pressure. And the random chance is going to be, this is quite linear though. So if random.range is greater than map random, but then we go into reflex. Mapped pressure. But why is that valuable to me? Pressure is going to go from 0 to 1, but it's not. We're not going to know. It's not going to work that way. And if I want it to reflex differently, then I have to do it differently. I don't think that works. It's so weird. Let's think about, I want to describe it a bit more clearly. So what I want to happen This is the bar. This is where the max pressure is before we start just going into stun territory. And maybe yeah, okay, sure. Let's just call it this. And so we're only looking at this space here. Let's just call it, let's pretend it's full. That's max. Okay. So from basically here, I want it to be essentially 0 chance that you go into the parry thing. And then by about here, I want it to be, or even by about here, I want it to be 50%. And by like here, I want it to be like 60 or like 70%. And then here, it could be 90%. So what I could do is say some equation. I could say, you know, times, I mean, this could just be a curve, you know? I could do like a curve that just looks like this. It rises up quickly and just slows. Nothing wrong with that. But part of me thinks it should be something like, I log the hits. So I say it's been 1 hit, or it's been 2 hits, or it's been 3 hits. And these are just like recent pressure. But maybe I'm wrong. I guess the problem here is that, like, if you're just wailing at the start, it's very docile. So then I guess it would be more like this. And maybe that's just it. Maybe I just do a curve. I'll just do it. I'm just gonna try it. If the random value is less than the probability, return the reflex state. Yes. Okay. So now we're going to drop that in there. I've never really done this before, but we'll see if it works. I'd love a compile. It'd be great if you could compile today. That'd be sick. Sick, thank you. Okay, so it's going to be something like this. We're going to add a keyframe. So at 0, the probability is going to be like maybe 20%. And at 1, it's going to be something like 80%. And it's going to climb quite quickly. Just like that. All right, let's see how good you are. Yeah, except... something's happening where it's going into the engage. Like that was fine. That's fine. It's actually perfect. Cool. So now it's not, I don't want it to increase, I don't want it to reset pressure on reset. I want it to reset pressure on outplay. So life.onOutplay confirm.addListener respond to outplay. Okay. And then maybe actually on hit confirm. So when it hits you, it gets back some of its poise. It's getting closer. I can really feel it starting to feel more like a duel. But that can't happen. So the problem is on take damage, it checks to see if we should enter, and we should enter if we are within range, not poise broken. Otherwise, we say base.take damage, which checks first if we should stun. So we should actually be fine as long as there's enough poise in this guy. So this should have way more poise, like 25 poise. It's a big attack. But all of them should be. To 25. But we're not getting what we expected there. Is 25 really not enough? He has a lot of poise out the gate. He's got 90. This really shouldn't disrupt him. I think it should be something like if we were going to be stunned. So like, if you were going to be stunned in the first place. That looks good. Maybe 0? That's not quite right. How much poise damage are we taking right now? .61 versus 28. Oh, I made a mistake. These are... Oh, no, they are forward-facing. Really? .33 versus 28. Oof, that's so close. And we check to see if the remaining is greater than stun tolerance. But it needs to be lower. So stun tolerance has to be like 50. Which I think we don't need this at all. Because should stun checks to see if it's less than 66. And we're checking to see if it's we enter if it's less than 66, and here we enter this if it's greater than 66. Greater than, oh my gosh. Am I coding for up on hill? I am up on hill. That's who I am. Character stun, should stun. We should enter this if the remaining we have is greater than, and this is if it's less than 66, so it's greater than 33, right? Same difference, it should be. That's my company. Let's keep this simple, shall we? Maybe this is okay. My company is up on hill. My game is called Insignia, and also Arrowbound. Okay. And come on. How? Okay, so we got on guard twice, but I don't think that was the third time though. One. That was stun. Wait, so it actually did consider that a stun, but then it didn't. Let's look at how much poise you've got remaining. I just struggle to believe I got this right. $33. Guarded with 33% remaining. That's 38. How can that be 33? think I've got something confused here. These numbers don't make sense. How is that possible? On Steam, there's no public release for Steam announced, but you can play the demo on itch right now. I'm considering putting it on Steam very soon, but I don't have like a specific date. That will mark a very significant milestone in the game. If we're at a point where there's a Steam demo, now I feel like I'm like publicly liable to keep updating it. Yeah, it's on itch right now. I updated it yesterday. So if it's a guard box, the problem is, oh, hang on a second. Is guard, oh, you guarded. This is very strange. You're all good. Don't worry about it. This is very strange. If you take more poise damage on guards, so the outplay is worth more than guarding. That's strange. Why is this worth 2 and this worth 1.5? It should be the other way around. If you get outplayed, you should be like totally poise broken. I mean, we could even just say 2.5 if we want. That's what we want. Nice. Okay. And I think the on guard state Bro, I can't type. Some days. On reflex timed out. Okay. Yeah. Sweet. Probably should do this like that. But I always want to attack. So I want to stream for ages tonight because my wife's gone out for dinner with her friend, so we can stream for a long time. 4 hours, 5 hours. We could do Lies of P tonight. We could do Age of Empires tonight. We could do either one. Okay, so if I do this, you're gonna do that. If I do that, right now it does nothing. But it should do something. I think that's what I have to do. Nice. I play the Mongols. The Mongols have a civ bonus that makes them gather food in the Dark Age much faster than other civilizations. So that means that if you are very, very good very early, you can get ahead, and that lets you set up like a scout rush because you'll have extra food, so you can send extra scouts in. They also have their unique unit is the Mungudai, which is like a cav archer that fires really fast. It's like men on horseback that they're just a terror. And they have a couple other bonuses. One bonus means that if their houses get destroyed, they don't lose population. And the other bonus, which that first one sucks, but the second one is siege engineers, siege units move like 50% faster. So you can get, like, if you stack a siege ram with like, 10 like infantry with the bonus, it moves like almost as fast as a horse. You can like zip around the map with these like yabba dabba doo siege rams. They also get like siege onager, which is like a really good catapult. Anyway, okay, so we wanted Langston Highwayman engage has on if state equals complete state dot complete. Okay, if we were doing thrust, then life dot pressure apply, and if we were doing leap, that's so weird. Oh, but we could make it when stuck is finished. You get the negative. It's kind of cool. Public void reward pressure give relief. And then we need a full reset condition. So maybe on getup. Or like if, yeah, okay. Langston Highwayman on state is complete. If machine is doing stun, if life dot pressure dot value get. Wait, what? How do I check how much pressure I have? Get normalized. Okay. This is slightly different. We're just going to say if state is complete and we're not dead, if machine.doing stun. And actually we're going to put this right here. Okay. So starting to get fun. But that doesn't work. Okay. So now he will take hits. If he takes too many hits, he'll go into the thrust. If he's been knocked out, when he gets back up, his pressure will reset. Although he didn't then. But it's looking good. Why did that not happen? It's not going to break out of this now because it doesn't have... all right, so now it's, what is it? It's, we need for its poise to be much lower when its life dot poise should be 50% of its normal poise if its pressure is maxed. The thing is, most enemies aren't designed for that behavior. So I can make it an across the board thing, which is not a big deal. It just means that like when the enemy gets up, it always needs to reset, no matter what the enemy is. If it exits its stun state with max pressure resets. I think we can do that. I think we can do that. So, on life, okay. Wow, I don't have anything that does that. Okay, so and then this poise needs to be something that we can this is like basically base poise is how this works. Thankfully, I don't think anything else really checks it. So, except for this value is checked this way. So I think I need like, is Unity serialization on? Yep. Oh, come on, bro. Wait, what? So now everywhere that we refer to poise, that's outside of this, which is just these two. I don't know about this though. This is tougher. Stun is a behavior state. When we check the poise, why do we need this? What is this? What are we looking at right now? Class stun. Stun has poise. Poise. I don't like that at all. They're all old scripts. What is even this? What's this? Stun dot poise equals poise. What is the setter? The base poise. Weapon state. Weapon. Oh gosh, get rid of this. That's not necessary anymore. Almost done. Why am I even doing this multiplied by 2 here? What's the purpose of this? What's the porpoise? The porpoise. What is this? Hoggin, get hit. Who knows? It's got 0 things on it. I think we get rid of this soon, but for now it's not in the way. Okay, what else? I have a feeling this is all nonsense. Okay, which means now when we look at base poise, it's only referenced by us, pressure, and collision info. And collision info is about to change to get poise. Okay. And then base poise gets used by what? When we set this up, and then when we do this, get poise. Poise is pressured. Ah, look at me. I'm doing the same thing here. Oh, that's literally what I just set up. Okay, don't worry about it. Oh, look at me. I just wrote the code that I just wrote. Okay, and then this. Default poise on character stun equals life.poise. Don't know why I'm using... Where does this get used? Get out of here. I don't think I need you, bro. I don't think I need you either. I wonder how much code I've written on this project that doesn't currently get used in the project or was written over. Where am I originally from? Do you mean where are my parents from? Or like my grandparents? Or do you mean like... See, like that should reset at that point. I'm not doing that on reset yet. So... Stun. It's tough because it probably shouldn't. Maybe it should be like on entry. Or on completion. We'll try on completion. If it doesn't feel right, because if you somehow get them out of stun. No, they shouldn't be in stun. Okay. My background is Lebanese. To answer that question. Okay, let's try again. In fact, I don't even want to try with you. I want to try with a different enemy. Nope. Okay. Well, for some reason, this is doing nothing right now. Pretty sad, the South by stuff. If I'm being honest, not great. Not massively a fan of it. This happens on Awake, which could happen before that gets done. Oh boy. But it's not even doing this. Oh, okay. So it gets the character here, but pressure needs to be set up a bit earlier than that. Nice. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Who is listening? Yeah, I think South by, look, the way I feel about it is this. South by Southwest was not really an Australian homegrown thing, you know. It just wasn't something that came from us. Especially like the Sydney game dev scene. It's very tight knit. We know who we are. South by Southwest was something that came sort of from, it's like an import. And so the fact that it didn't get a lot of traction, I mean, it is sad because it was such a huge exhibition when it was on, huge convention, but at the same time it did feel very manufactured and it didn't really have the organic interest that it probably needed to, or participation from the community. I mean, like, people would show their games there and people would come and see them, but sometimes like an event needs prestige in order to really draw the right people for it to be worth like businesses making a business case to go to South by Southwest. They need a good reason to go. Like if I was to go to GDC this year, I would have a good idea about who would be there and what kind of opportunities I could take on or look for. South by Southwest Sydney never really got to that point because it's like just a bit of a wild card, and it was a little bit attached on the back of Melbourne Games Week as well. It took place the week after. So Melbourne Games Week is like the big one that everyone goes to because PAX happens at the end of it. And then it's like, hey, South by Southwest is the after party, and all of you internationals, don't book your flights home yet. Come stay in Sydney for a bit. It's just a strange way to do it. So for the games scene specifically, like you see everybody in Melbourne in October. It's just like everyone's there. And then you see half of those people at South by. So like from a games scene perspective, it didn't seem to make a lot of sense to me. In Sydney, we have another festival called AltFest, which happens in Parramatta, sort of west of the city. And I attended there last year, and I thought it was much better, much more interesting for me as a developer. And the people that I met and saw there were just so much more, it just felt much more culturally relevant because it came from us. It's very grassroots. It's super small, but it's probably going to grow this year. You know, that's something that I support more. I would grieve that more if we lost it. So, are we even calling this? Well, it was so expensive too. I mean, it was like $1,300 or something stupid like that if you wanted to get the proper pass. I don't understand. How is this not working? Does Martin not have a character stun attached to him? I know he does. What is going on? I just don't understand. Hello. Are you doing game coding or just coding? Nice. Okay, that worked. In which case, the event should fire. Coding in general. I don't have a lot of recommendations. That should totally reset. Super annoying it doesn't reset properly though. Yeah, I don't have a ton of recommendations for Python. Unfortunately, mostly because I've not really used it much outside of like Django and like GDScript. So, and that was a long time ago. That was 2012. So GDScript more recently, but yeah. My recommendation would be, look, genuinely, if I was giving you advice just on someone who is learning to program right now, I would say start with really small practical projects that you feel like could give you a sense of achievement if you complete them. And I mean like the smallest things, you know, just things that you feel like will motivate your learning and that you will feel a win if you complete them. They don't have to be programs. They could just be like little snippets of code that you can test and just go, oh yeah, I sorted a list, or I, there's little exercises. But I think the more emotional attachment you have to your goals, the more likely you are to not fall off the wagon. If it's just about understanding like the language and just tactics on how to get better at it, I mean, I'm the kind of person who's very project motivated. So as long as I've got something I'm trying to do, I will grind until I understand it. My wife, she's a lawyer and she's much more exercise and drill oriented. She will be like, give me like 50 quiz questions for this thing, force me to do this 50 times, and then I'll know it. I can't really do that. For me, I get bored too easily. So I need to have like a thing I'm working towards. Oh, so this is greater than equals. There's no cap on it, that's why. I do not grind LeetCode. The other thing that's super important is for you to have like some kind of like another reason why having a practical, like actual goal in mind is programming is very deep, right? So learning to code is not really, I mean, even like human languages are, if let's say you're going to go to another country, I'm going to go to France and I'm going to learn some French. Well, there's a lot of French for you to learn, and not all of it's going to be useful for you if you're someone who's traveling, right? If you're a tourist in France, you don't need to be able to discuss politics. You probably want to discuss things like where the nearest food is, public transport, how to introduce yourself. So just like that, in programming, it's not that critical for you to know all of the very seams and edges of the language and all of its features. It's just not going to come up, and it's going to be hard to remember things because they're not attached to context. So that's another reason why having a project is going to focus your learning, because everything that you need in order to do that project, you have to learn it to do the project. Otherwise you wouldn't need it. So just having some sort of guided learning is really important. Otherwise you're just reading textbooks, right? And the things you learn from like when you're doing practice, they also tend to be, more valid or more valuable, because they're validated by the fact that you needed them as well. All right, so I would like for our little floating health bar to have a dark yellow backing. Okay, so it's this needs a backing value, which it has, but the backing value is currently invisible, or what? It's got a background, that's fine. Backing value. Well, the backing value is in front right now, and I don't know why it's not visible. Oh, it's a sprite renderer, so it's not in front. It's annoying. should be... Backing value, UI1, UI2. Okay, they're set up correctly. This true, false. This feels correct. Has these two values. Okay, so when we take damage, in this context, the red bar moves and then the other one follows. So that should effectively work the same. The problem is the red bar is in front and the yellow bar is in back. So when this fills and the other one follows, it kind of needs to be inversed. The value bar needs to come second. Otherwise, well, if it's filling, it needs to come first. Filling comes second, draining come first. Okay, so health bar. I think I can employ that and use it. Health bar? That's not what a health bar is. Enemy health. Enemy floating life bar has 2 combat bars. Okay, whatever. So if there's some event, active increment, update colors, drains fills from 2. Yep, okay. Well, let's have a quick look in practice how this is working. So if I walk up to you and go bam, what happens to your this bar? You have a stagger bar. The stagger bar has a backing value. And over time, the backing value, is it going to creep up towards? It does. Okay, one's in front and which one's behind. And we're just going to, or which one happens first and which one trails behind. So when we update the value, we say there's an instant bar and a moving bar. So on update, we update the renderers and we say the value renderer.size equals map front value anim.value. So front value anim is what? That's interesting. Oh, I see. I see. So they do flip, but it needs to go the other way around. So let's look at active increment. If it drains, as long as 2 is greater than from, then it's true. 2 is less than from. So if it drains, it's going down. So it's moving in the direction that's considered an active increment. I see. So in a way, we could probably get around this with a nice little hack. We could probably just say that this stagger bar drains, even though it fills. It'll work better this way. Not quite. Where was the behind value? Excuse you. Where is your... backing value? It's already there. It's already full. So then it must be that the actual... background is UI2. Oh, that needs to be UI0. Hey, there it is. Okay, good to know. This would not be a problem if I was using canvases. I've made it very difficult for myself. Okay, so this color is just going to be like that color. One sec. So, form, 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 form. Hey, Jonathan. How's it going? Okay, so now we can flip this back over. Nope. So why would we force finish? Play from to true, play from to true. And then this, the absolute value of from to to is less than max times tolerance. Well, that makes perfect sense to me. The update value happens when? The pressure stun event goes off. Feels pretty straightforward to me. I mean, and I know that it works to an extent. So just then, I think both of them got set to nothing. Or did they disappear? Stagger bar is there. Okay, background, backing value. Those are both set to width of 0. Well, which is correct. So why did this just force finish? I mean, it must be this. I don't know how it could be that, but it must be. Skipping small change. Oh, I know what it is. Because it is a small change, because I'm a doofus. Because I said this was from 0 to 1. It should be from 1 to 0. And actually it should be like max get max. Or value. Silly Billy. Now it'll work. Boom. 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 Great. I think it worked better the other way. I liked it going the other way. You kind of see what the damage was. Great. Perfect. Okay. Wait a second. One thing I have to check, so I don't destroy my own game's logic, is can I parry this twice? And what happens if I do? Looks like nothing. Can I get double coins? 2 coins from that. I think I can. I think it's every time he gets stunned. Cool. It's a cool change. All right. Then I just want to do not this. I just don't want that to happen. What's my opinion on AI coding? Depends on if you mean prompting or just tabbing through. If it's prompting, I'm not that impressed by it, and I find that in order to be good at it, you kind of need to just give up on being a programmer. Like, it's sort of similar to running a business. It's like you sort of just lose control and authorship of the thing you're making. And instead, you have to just, whenever there's a problem, the time it will take for you to understand how it was written and then change it yourself is always going to take longer, especially the more you write, than just another prompt. So you end up spending all your time prompting. So if that's all you want to do, then like, fine. But I think you'll very quickly find yourself in a corner whenever that happens. the best, quote unquote, best way to do AI programming is to be the lead programmer to a bunch of agents. I think that's probably the right way to do it. But I don't think that that's very desirable for most people. I certainly don't enjoy doing it. So I'm happy to just use the autocomplete features. Those are much more benign. I also I enjoy programming, you know? I'm peaching. I'm impeached. Okay. So let's do that. Well, you know what? Just for the sake of it, I'll give you the coins. Why not? But you asked, it's not preaching if you asked my opinion. You know what I mean? Oh, or is it like a compliment? I never heard that before. You're preaching? Or like preaching to the choir? If it's a Gen Z thing, I missed it. He's preaching. Preach. Okay. Get up. Okay. So now let's go back to our little kitty cat boy. Whoa. It's okay. Yeah, preach, sister. But that's no good. That's no good. I mean, look, this is like one of those things where it's like, our car's dangerous, you know? Like there are lots of benign ways to use unhealthy things. I'm not going to sit here and play, you know, code Nazi, ethics Nazi, and saying you shouldn't use this way. You should use, yeah. If it's something that's boilerplate, that might as well be in some sort of library that you could import, and you know you can trust it because you can validate the outcome, then yeah, of course, do what you like. Ultimately, I'm not your dad, and I'm not your priest. I'm just a guy asking a girl to love him. I don't know. What can you do? It's really just about just ask yourself in any of these situations, am I becoming more powerful? Am I getting better? Am I getting smarter? Is my ability to leverage this technology getting better? Or am I using the technology as a crutch to save myself from getting better? I think that's just it. If the answer is you're getting better, then it's good. It's good for you. It's empowering you. If the answer is this is saving you from having to put effort in, it's saving you from getting better, you're probably gonna find yourself slipping. If it's allowing you to be lazy, it's probably not good for you. All right. I think maybe these can now yeah, that's basically how it is. If you just find yourself going, this didn't work. Hey, it didn't work. Okay, try this. Okay, I put that in. Okay, it didn't work again. Please do it right this time. You know, that's just like it's the most brain dead way to do anything. And if you're not going to feel good when you get something out. Please make it work properly this time. Got it. With 100% certainty, I can guarantee you this will work this time. Awesome. Okay, it didn't work. It's probably because of this thing. Okay. I'm fairly certain that what we just saw was that he was getting his reset every time. Man, it's really no good. Do I have to go even further beyond? Do I have to make this 4x on outplay? Gosh. Oh, that's huge. And then, do I have to make... get poise to be like 0.25 if we're pressured? Damn it. Ouchie. Nice. Ouch. It's getting more fun. The thing that sucks is the attacks. The normal attacks, just, they're too fast. Okay, that's pretty good. We try that again. I feel like when so much poise damage is done, it needs to go into knockdown at that point. It needs to go into the full stun. Like, when that happens, you just got hit for 50% of your total poise. What state did you go in? Like, that seems okay. Let's try again. Let's have a look. It might be the on guard state doing something. So on guard is saying, hey, should I enter? And this I'll put right down the bottom. Okay, should I enter? This should stun is saying, hey, is my remaining poise after everything 0.66? So what is my poise? Debug.log remaining poise normalized. Let's have a look. All right, buddy, come on. Okay, in that instance, you got none left, dude. Nothing. So, the answer is yes. So we should choose this. I think if we aren't going to stun, and then otherwise do this. Let's try that. Yeah, see, that's not right either. Because the remaining stun after poise normalized is 0.3 and 0.4. But the enemy here has a base poise of 90. So how did that? Because we hit a guard box. I think actually now. Yeah, I'll be streaming for a while, Cody. On YouTube. I think that this is no good. I think this is no good. That's what I want. Except the startup of that lunge needs to have way more. Just this one here should have poise of like 30. But even like 30 plus 90, you should have heaps. You shouldn't need, that should be fine. So then what's going wrong here? Do I have this stun telling me how much is left? Yes. So that's fine, but that is 0.5, 0.8, 0.6. Oh, he doesn't get stuck anymore. Yeah, so that second last one is the one I'm trying to look for. How I broke him. I seem to break him out of his backstep. This doesn't work. This doesn't work. You talking about this? This, if this is only going to live here in this one little slot, then I'm okay for it to be a magic number because it's not referenced anywhere else. Like, I'm just saying, hey, if you roll a dice right now and it comes up, 66.6%, do this. Otherwise, do this. If it was something that I was going to rely on elsewhere, yeah, definitely name it, expose it at the top so you can tune it in balance. But for me, it's just like, hey, what's the random chance that you do this? Oh, okay. Greater than, like, 2/3 do this, 1/3 do this. That's no big deal. So what I'm trying to do here is, what happened is Armin attacked him, and the state that he's in is kind of like he doesn't want to go into his on guard stance. And he doesn't want to do that because maybe it's a threshold question. Maybe he shouldn't do it at all. Or maybe he could only go into it from a certain number of states. Right now, on guard kind of has free reign, I think. Yeah. As part of take damage. So we could say, if we're not in the middle of an attack, we could say, like, what is the condition under which this guy should be ignoring on guard? Maybe we have a list of states that are permissible, like you can on guard from these, or a list of states that are not permissible, you can't on guard from these. This is standing is kind of a ban on a few states already. But maybe per enemy there should be some as well. Maybe there's only one state that he can be doing it from. But other than whitelisting and blacklisting, there's not really any other way we could do this. Other than like having it be as long as the attack was within this specific range of blah, blah, blah. I don't think we want to do that. We could also check to see if like the current state ignores on guard, if it's got some sort of tag on it. All right, let's set that up then. Get it? Non-guard? It's like on guard, but with a non. So we can make this a list, and then we would say and then on should enter, we say and no worries, Nesima. Always name with the positive and then invert the negative. Thank you so much for the sub. Hey. Non garde, exactly. Non garde pas. Rust Tim. Okay, band is false. For each of the non-guard states, if dot get active state branch contains state, then band is true and break. Okay. So we need to call set non-guard states. I'll be right. It's such a unique thing that I'll remember it. I mean, it doesn't have any other. What other thing would I call it? Set band list? I'd have to remember that word too. Like, it's punny, but it's also pretty good. Okay, so thank you. See, like, that's a good use of AI. It pre-populated the list, so now I can just remove the ones I don't want. So you want a non-guard on thrust, leap. All of these ones. It probably will bite me, but I'll laugh. I'll chortle instead of being mad at myself when it happens. That's what I wanted. Thank you. Yes. Oh, that felt really good. Okay. So I also want on ground bounce. Yeah. Life dot pressure dot add pressure apply life dot pressure dot max times 0.15. You get 15% pressure boost when you slam an enemy into the ground, because why not? What I don't understand is sometimes he seems to just reset. Yeah, this is why. I don't want to reset on that instance. I want to reset only on knockdown. So it should be when I do... I'm trying to make it so that I pop the stun bar. Without him being on the ground. Also, I take this back. This thing in On Guard, where there's a 0.1 at some point, this range can be 0. I don't mind. You can do it on the first one if it wants. And we had this mapped pressure. That's right. I think it can be a little higher at the start. We could almost keep it at a flat 3, I think. That sounds like music. We could just put that at a flat 7. We could start it at 30%. I'm okay with that. Enemies, sword sharp, flat 3. Sweet. I think we're close now. The only things that need to go are his wacky attacks. I think he needs to not do combos. I think instead it should just be single strikes with directions. It should be like an up attack or a low coming up. I think all of these 3, 1, 2, 3, gotta go. All the combos. You gotta go. You gotta go. It's just no good. That plunge can go faster. So the leap attack, speed, range, direction, time, height. What the heck? How do I... determines how long this is going for? Airtime is 0.5. 0.3 even. 0.35. Let's go. That's better. And the plunge. Plunge can be... well, it says it's 0.6, which is quite generous already. Alright. The problem is the up attack right now has just too much poise. Compared to the rest. And I don't know why. guess it's what, the 15? Even though like combo 1 has, whoop, this one. Oh, no extra poise. Oh, okay. Well, what about down? Down thrust has 15. I mean, we can make him 10. It's also a move that does 20 damage. What does down thrust do? Ah, 15. Hello. How you doing? What's going on?
I was thinking of ordering food soon.
Yeah?
I'm just gonna get burritos.
Okay. Sounds good to me. Should I order? Yeah.
Or I'll order.
You want to order on my phone? I'll get a burrito as well, chicken one.
Caesar?
Yeah, all right. Get me
Maybe
that.
I'll buy.
Or can I get like the Caesar bowl
Yeah.
instead of the burrito?
Do you want crumb chicken or spicy chicken?
Crumbed. Actually, spicy. I want spicy. Thank you.
Is there money in the account?
Yep, there is today. There wasn't yesterday. There was negative dollars. Boom, baby. Wait, can I follow that up really quickly if I'm fast? Bro, he's destroying me here. Or almost. Almost. You just got to be really quick about it. Yeah. How do I get under him? Oh, not quite. I'm just not quite fast enough. I wonder if it's possible. Oh, not quite. Oh yeah? You get the thrust in there, you can do it. You can juggle without stunning him. Oh, that's tough. My memory, my like muscle memory says upper swing no matter what. But it's really parry, run, forward thrust. You got to be a little faster than that. And kind of late too. Oh, you can do it if you're really late. Oh, that's even better. That's such a skill expression thing. You got to wait till the last second. And then you can do this. That's fun. It's fun when there's like a red light, green light thing. I'm finding that's like a real winner for these like mid difficulty enemies. It's like they just gotta have like a thing that you look out for, and then you like punish the thing. And now I feel like it's more, we're back in rapier territory instead of falchion. I liked it when it was a rapier, and I liked it when it was a falchion. But now that it doesn't slash, well, he still has the anti-air. Does he do that? If I just run up to you and I go whoop, I go whoop. Ouch. He can still do it. He's not very good at it. I think it's because he's not idling. He's not doing footsies. No, footsies is in there. How long does footsies do that for? Range. Is this? You got it?
Yeah.
Okay, sweet. What is the continue clause if is in noisy range? So if we're doing this and I jump, looks like not much is going to stop me here. Oh, only if we're doing idle, but not footsies or shuffle. Okay. Wait, there is a should anti-air? Right. That's what I'm saying. If doing idle, so if can anti-air from state. Let's try it now. That's pretty comprehensive. There we go. Ouch. Okay, so now, when we do the anti-air, what the hell is happening? He sits on the state for so long. And actually, I think it should just be an action state called anti-air. I don't think it needs to be an idle. We could just say an ground attack state, basic attack, anti-air. Just like that. And what is this? Upper slash. What is upper slash? No. Anti-air. I think we're going to get rid of these two. See you later. This, not a thing. And then we're going to do this. We're going to go to you. Going to go anti-air idle. You're going to remove it and call it anti-air, which is /. So I'm just going to rename this guy. You get out of here. /. You are not an animation state. We don't need a stance. This is actually a basic attack. Remove /. FPS is 12. Zone from animation is fine if you want. Okay, add a hurt box because you need one. Can't go without a hurt box. Big ol' hitbox. This is an upper. And it should probably be vulnerable to down. But I'm hesitant to do that because it means that the player can just jump over their head and down slash them anytime they want. Hello? Oh, I didn't assign it. Okay, engage gets anti-air. Go please. Run, 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 run. Ow. I just realized almonds down / down. In fact, all of his aerials, I think, have limited poise. They should. Well, 0 is okay, but it does 20 damage. Maybe you should do 15. Nah. Well, it's pretty easy to spam. That shouldn't do 20 then. That should do like 10 with a poise of -10. This should do a little more, 15 with a poise of -10. And then this should do 30, 20 with a poise of -10. Not even the back step slash was doing 30. I'm nerfing the player pretty hard right now. The third hit of the combo can be 30. Am I and John? You and John are in the last miles now. Are you going to do a joint release? Which John is that? Who are we talking about? Blow? I'm not doing enough now to stun him. Insignia of the Sinking Star. Look, I mean, I'm not very close with Jonathan Blow. We've never really exchanged words, although we've raided each other a few times. I'm very happily acquainted with Casey Muratori. He's awesome, but I don't know Jonathan Blow very well. Let's see what this does. Yeah, nice. Okay, and then I think we just lower his poise in general, because he's sitting on some ridiculous number like 90, which should be more like 70 at best. And then we'll see if that's just ruined all of my ballots. Nice. Oof. Dude, that upper swing is I'm gonna make that launch the player. That's gonna do some... Well, it's already... We need a knockback of like 7, dude. With like a hit stop of like friggin' 4. Damage, 25. Check this out. Didn't really do that much. Not as much as I was expecting. 7 and it still didn't launch the player. Come on, man. It's gotta be stronger than that. What do we need here? 10? I'll give it 10. Launch me, brother. And it should be more like 1, -1 on this one. Let's make it 12. Let's go crazy, man. Okay, 12, maybe a bit much. Maybe it should be more like 8. Why is it so random? I think actually Armin's knockdown, Armin die, is it? Armin knocked down? Probably. I think Armin needs a tumble is the first thing. He doesn't have one. And I think maybe when he gets knocked down, his direction just gets auto set. So he probably doesn't get, he's probably not susceptible to this kind of thing. Dude, that's no good. How come that's going straight into stun? I mean, 50? If I make it 0.1, I'm sure that the pressure threshold needs to go up. Like if it's like 1, it'll always go into pressure threshold. It should do that. But nonetheless, it's still going into the stun, which I'm not too sure about. What is the poised value? Is it because of the... No, it's not the guard box. They're not extra vulnerable. 71%. 57. 64. So he probably does need more. He probably needs like a fair bit. He's on 70. Let's put her on 80 and see if that works. It probably isn't enough. One, two, three. Yeah, no, it needs to be on like 90 or 85 at least. I want to change that significantly, but okay. Sweet. Okay. I've got food coming, and then we're going to come back in a bit. I will be eating it here, so it's all good. I think. Or maybe I'll take a break. I'll take a break for a bit. I think that's probably fair. They're 5 minutes away. Okay. Oh, wait. Okay. I do have animations to do for this character. So what did we do? Let's have a look. We took away these. I mean, these weren't very important anyway. All of these are gone. In fact, combo as well. It's just Gonskis. This is fine. This is fine. This is cool. I don't know about the second slash. Probably don't need it. It was a bit samurai, but not necessary. Maybe we... I had that sword return though. No, that doesn't work. Not necessary. Delete that. But kick is cool. That's really cool. This is fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Flinch. This is interesting. We did have this combo break idea, but I don't think we're going to need it right now. We need fall up, fall down, and then knock down, get up. Oh, we have knock down, get up. We have fall up, we have fall down. Oh, sweet. Okay. This will have to be like a joint effort from Luca and Morgan next week. Morgan just did a really sick animation for Armin. Check this out. It's such a cool walk. It's got a little bit of swagger in it. The hair's bobbing. Sick. Great job. Okay. So... golly, could I zoom in on it a bit? I think if she pushed it to Git, it'll be there already. Updates, Armin, poise, values, and lengths and damage. She did not push it yet. Oh, yes, she did. Pull that in. Let's go. I love her work because she can always merge without conflicts. She only does the animations exactly. She's not screwing around in the Unity project. Not that, I mean, it would be great for her to be in the Unity project, but for now, I never have to worry about conflicts. Okay, my food's coming like right now, but we can open this up and have a look at what she did. So we can take that, we can speed this bad boy up to like 130. Pretty good. I think his head needs to be a little higher. He's currently a little slouchy, but the walk itself is pretty good. It doesn't need a lot. A little bit of tweaking, no problem. Lots of good things about it. Maybe his head could be turned a little more. I can do something where we do basically this and go like that, you know? That pretty much gets you where it needs to go, but that's no big deal. It's great. It's good stuff. All right, chat. I'm going to take a break for maybe like 25 minutes or so, because it's time for a break and I'll be streaming for a while tonight. So what we'll do is maybe we'll stream for a bit more. We'll do a bit more work when I come back, and then we'll take a break. I'll shower and chill out for a bit, and then we'll do gaming tonight. Okay? I will do it as a separate stream though. I won't keep it all as the same one. And I probably won't stream the gaming on YouTube. For those of you on YouTube watching right now, we'll end the Insignia stream, we'll call it that. Okay, so for the time being, what do we do? Do I want to do any more work tonight? It's 5:30. Might be good to get a little bit more work into the lengths and to prep some of those animations. I think we can do them. I think we could do like 2 or 3 more animations. Okay. And then I'd love to get a chain attack in there. All right. I'll see you in a bit. Thanks, pals. Yo, yo. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm still here. If I wasn't coming back, no one would be able to answer that question. Just leaving the stream on for the next 48 hours. I'll be back next week. All right. Hey, goodbye to yous. How's it going? Never ever. So, where we left things off, we're working on our Catman. We're going to see what Catman do. Not this one. This one. That actually works really well, those two frames. Anyway, I want to do... I mean... That looks like a man to me. Let's just leave it. Cat person. Okay. Hey... Thank you so much. So it's going to be, I'm going to give him an attack that's maybe like a little hop and a stab. And then maybe like an under, like a stab up from under. And then just a nice like shot. Quick little thrust. So, let's just get straight to it, shall we? So first thing we want to do is the overhead. One sec. Just getting messages from my friends. So, bum. And then we've got this thing. Nice. If we bring Armin into the frame, let's get him over here. Okay. So, on this frame, the 5th or 6th, we're going to have this. Well, let's flip it first. Yeah, we've got the demo here. We've done a few builds of it in the last couple of weeks. And the most recent one's pretty stable. Very happy to get your feedback if you're interested. We could do this on this frame. And then on this frame, it's like... No, I don't think that's possible. I think it's just got to be like that. Maybe a little more divey. There are feedback forms that you can access from inside the game. So you can go either if you're giving story feedback, there's like a story form that's like the whole first chapter. Then there are individual ones. The story form you can get from the save select screen, and you'll see it. Otherwise, if it's bug related, definitely Discord. We've got like a forum inside of Discord that lets you post specific issues with screenshots. Yeah, that's right. Definitely better to click once than 100 times. There's just exporting tags to sheets is so good, as well as layers. Both of those two things are really, really, really valuable. Layers to sprites and tags to sheets. Oh, you're working until April. I was thinking that I actually wanted to commit pretty hard onto seeing Graph soon, but I think if we missed our window, we missed our window. Maybe there's some things that I can do on my side, testing and validation and stuff. Okay. That's probably a little too special move for what we're doing right this second. It's not a bad pitch. I'm just trying something. It's no good. It's no good. I think I'm getting tired, chat. I think I know what I need to do. I think it needs to be a small leap into the air. The sword's fine. What it's doing is fine, but the body's not worth it. So it's like a whoop, yeah. Like that's fine, motion-wise. So it needs to be like a little, like, squat into a jump into a land. So maybe we'll just quickly rough that out. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, land, recover, recover. Like that. so much easier when you do it that way. The blobs just make life so much more straightforward. Okay. Under. So it's like, one, two, three, four, five, six. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe this should be more vertical. It'll make it easier to rotate back. Nah. I don't want to put too many frames into it. So anyway, let's get the body right. So down, 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 Getting ready. Getting ready. There, 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 there. We need like one more frame, which is like the settle frame. Okay, so I think I know what needs to happen. This needs to start getting really compressed. This frames can go all together. Nah, that needs to be slower. Would love to have this go over this way, but it's too hard to do. The other way to do it would be, instead of going all the way up here, let's just get rid of this, this. You just take this and you just go and then here you just stab out this way. And then you can sort of return back. It doesn't have to be an uppercut. Nice. There you go. We could probably push this way out further if we wanted. Maybe this not quite as rotated. As long as it looks like it's coming up from below, that's all it needs to have. Please take a look. It's really beneficial for you and your work. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Well, Besh, I shall not be doing that ever. Can we, if you're not interested in just being a regular part of the community, I say probably best to just leave. Crypto, not something I'm interested in. Sorry. Not even a little bit. Not even maybe. Wow. I gotta ban how many people? Jeez Louise. It's crypto. Bro, it's free money. You just have to sign up for this special account where people have left you special money that you can't access unless you have an account with us. Also, it's not good for anything. Also, nobody's done it. It's not crypto, it's just tokens. They're just cryptographic tokens, guys. It will really help you in your development. People on the internet have been trying to send you money, and somehow they just can't. They just can't do it. Hey, Chosinger, thank you so much for the sub. There's just, people are trying to support you, so many people, and they just can't seem to do it because if only you had an account. How difficult is it to start as a full stack dev? I mean, art is easy to start. It's not difficult at all to start. It's hard to get really good at it, but you can start. Depends on what you need. I mean, I wouldn't be against, if you're like a dev and your ambitions are dev related, I would say like there's not really a lot of shame in using temp assets from like itch.io or referencing assets like that. You might find you're in a position where you would prefer to hire somebody to do the work ultimately on the art, but you just need something temp in the meantime. I wouldn't be against, people using assets for that purpose. If you are trying to learn for yourself as a hobby, then yeah, you just have fun and spend some time and enjoy the process. If you're trying to get a specific result though, that's when it's a bit harder. It's like, I don't know how much time you've got. I don't know what your goals are aesthetically, what kind of style you're going for. There are things that will get in the way and make it difficult, but like, nothing's impossible. It's just, it's like anything. If you're a full stack dev, then you kind of know this already. I probably don't need to tell you because you've probably done a lot of work already, learning new things, and you've taken the time to do that. So it's like anything. There's not a major difference between art and code. It's just art tends to require a little bit more patience, and it's a little less cerebral, You're kind of just having to, you're making good decisions over time, but you're not like solving problems so much as you are just like taking the time to do the work. You know what I mean? Um, Look, if you're a full stack dev, have you got a specific like goal in mind, like a game that you're trying to make or something that you wanted to be able to do? I think that's kind of like where I would start. There's so much to learn when it comes to art, but it's not a question of like, you don't just learn it all. You know what I mean? It's not really valuable for you to like exhaustively learn all of the things. So have a goal, have a thing you're trying to solve, and then use that as, as fuel. Get inspired by specific aspects of your goal. Is there a specific game or something that you're trying to make a game that looks like it, or something mechanically that inspired you? Oh, you're heading up? One sec, House. Yeah, so if you're making a platformer, I would say like the first thing that you want to do, like rule number one when you're learning, if you're trying to make an actual project, right? You're like rule number one is don't take unnecessary risks. So like don't try to innovate on the art style if you're learning art. Try to look at what successful games in this genre that you're trying to target, what art choices do they make? Because some of those choices will be technical choices that you don't understand yet, but you'll be grateful that you copy them. I'm not saying copy characters, but just understand things like, for example, if you're making a core platformer, like a Celeste or a Super Meat Boy or something in that vein, having a character that's mostly the size of like a rectangle is going to be very helpful, because just from a pure system input-output feedback context, it's going to be much easier for the player to understand where they are if the character is generally rectangular. So you can look at like the Super Mario sprites from like the first Super Mario Brothers, and that's the case there. And it's the case in Celeste, and it's the case in Super Meat Boy, and like having rectangular characters just makes life easier. If you got a character that's got like flailing arms and stuff, and a sword, like it's harder to know whether that character's going to land on this edge or not. Now I can say that because I'm making a game with a character with a sword and flailing arms, and there's so much extra code required. Chat, she's gone. The wife's gone for the afternoon. The cat is away. The mice will animate cats. Let's go, chat. Let's get these super extended. Okay. And then we just need a forward thrust. Or neutral. Dinosaur chicken nuggies and Mountain Dew. Don't drink cola. Yippee! It's a huge jab. Pshaw. Okay. Whoops. Pya, pya, shua, 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 shua. Sweet. Okay, so now that can go. That can go. And then we have 3 new attacks. Hooray. Watch how easy this is. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Three. So we just got to give him hitboxes. Hitbox, hitbox, bing bong. Where does his feet go to? Second from the bottom. Perfect. Ding dong, ding dong, ding. That's where the hitbox is. And then this is an upper. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's call it 15 damage. Hit stop of 2, knockback of 2, 1 and 1. Perfect. And then neutral attack. Hitbox, hitbox. Pya. Okay. And this one is a forward-facing hitbox. And 1, 15, 2, 2. And the overhead. There's your hit. Going from here up to here. Pya. And we start here. Ding dong, ding dong, ding. And are we at halfway? I think so. I think he's standing in the middle. Probably not perfect, but I mean, that's pretty right. Okay. And this is a downwards strike. One, -1, 15, 2, 2. Sweet. Okay. Now, let me open up the door so I don't suffocate in here. So how am I going to validate these? What is the context going to be? I was thinking he would do like multiple attacks but I'm not sure. Cool. Okay. So we have the attacks. Now we just need somewhere to plug them in. I'll just plug them in directly. Okay. And then when we set up our attacks, I guess we could just say out of footsies, say new, wait a second, close options, list weighted state. Oh, okay, sure. So like over head attack, under neutral. Sweet. 3 new attacks. Let's have a look. I didn't plug them into anything. As always, that's the most, like, I am a game developer thing I think I do consistently, is just completely forget. I just never forget to plug things in. I've been doing this for how many years? That's hard. Those will need to be slower. Or have at least one more stalled frame inside of them. I love public references. I think they're really good. I just never remember to do it right. Because what else am I going to do? Get component? Nah. I'll pass on that. I'll duplicate that frame. I'll duplicate that frame. And then I will duplicate this frame. Hey friends, registration's okay. Yeah, I don't mind it. I have a pattern like that I'm using for parts of the game. Like the classes register themselves to the parent state, but it doesn't know about who is who in advance. Oh, damn it. It still has not enough poise for what I've given it. I need to give it 90. For whatever reason, 90 is the magic number. Damn it. Got him. Come on, you. Come on. Got him. Ah, I guessed wrong. Dude, what do we need Lies of P for? We got Insignia right now. Oh, the one time he does the overhead. Oh. Okay. Let's get back to this. Almond ring. So this hurt box has a direction of up. I don't like that I'm doing this. Basically, the way that it's set up right now is that Armin's parry box is an attack. It's a directional attack. And the directional attack hits a hurt box. So the hurt box has to have this hitbox direction that's the same as the hitbox's hitbox direction. I probably should just be looking at the hitbox near this frame or something. Like maybe if there's only one hitbox per attack. It's just that that's not specific enough. So I kind of just need it to be this way for now. So that's the under. And then we've got the neutral. So this needs to be a forward, and then overhead needs to be a down. Well, I can check, but I don't currently have them in the what's it called? They're not in the collision matrix. Sweet. It's a big payoff though. I have to give them a lot of poise to not get broken out of too much. Because there's a massive poise modifier on it. Yeah. I'm spawning inside of the animation. That's right. Like during runtime. I guess I could tag the whole animation as forward. Okay, so now what happens if I just spam at him? Oh. That's good. Very good. So for me, the way that calculations work in Insignia is there is like a registration system. So the person who gets hit is the one that like is in charge of registering the hit, and they create an object that says, hey, there was 2 hitboxes involved. These were the 2 people who have those hitboxes. This is how much damage there was involved. This is how much poise damage. This is the exchange, blah, 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 blah. This was a shield. This was not. This was an outplay or a reflex interaction, yada, yada, yada. And then it sends events out for people to listen to about the outcome. So, yeah. But there's a distinction between determining what happened in the hit interaction and what should happen to the person who got hit. That's sort of like a separate thing altogether, right? Like, how should I respond now that I've been hit? And in my game, like, the enemies aren't, they all have different types and stuff, so there are different ways they respond to punishment. Some enemies can't be moved at all because they're just static. Where the heck is my foot? Oh. Okay. So, get state by pressure. What I'm doing here is something slightly different. What I added recently was this like progressive hurt state, which I call rattle. It's when an enemy gets hit, and you can see here he's got like different responses he can do. So like, hang on, right now he's not doing them. There. See how he sort of like budged, but he didn't like go, ow. He sort of just went, So there's that. And then I've got retaliation states. So you saw his like leg came up. That means like the next hit you do, he's going to respond. So it's a little bit of like, yeah, Simon Says. Just the sword being buckling a little bit, you know, that. It's a lot of money. Whoa. This guy? No. No, the grunts to style on are these little dudes. That's these guys. Although right now we're not very... Let's try that again. So now there's a real distinction between like the options that you have after you parry versus just like regular combat options. People in the demo were saying that it was too easy to style on enemies. Like they just took too much punishment. Because now they've got a lot more armor. So attacking him didn't break him out of his animation, but that laugh you can. So you either wait for him to like do something like that, or you parry and then you get to do what you want. And you can spam, but you're not going to get very far. You know, you'll win, but you traded. And the more you do that, the more damage you're going to take over the time, over the level. So I'm much more happy with it now than I was. I also added something that it's not, I don't yet have like a, there's no like Lies of P style instant guard, but I do have this like slowdown when you parry correctly. Just a little bit in advance. You see that? I think the way that I'll do it is I'll have some enemies that will hit you with multiple hits. I'm not sure yet whether I want it to be like... The thing is, I can't do the perfect guard because tapping the button is the attack button. So it has to be a tap and hold. And I would prefer for that to just be directional at that point. Let's have a look, see how this feels. I think I'm a little disoriented by this guy because he moves around so much. It's hard to know like what state we're in and what we're supposed to be doing. He does nothing a lot too. That's a problem. What is the Hollow Knight parry? Pretty good. I don't like that I get a double hit. Hit spark there. I don't know what that is. Okay. Oh yeah, the attacks. The hurt boxes aren't quite right. Yeah, see, the thing is, Insignia doesn't have a 1 frame hitbox. And Hollow Knight's, I think, is. So, for me, I would prefer, like, I'm just making a different game. So the idea of, like, having it, you know, clash like that because you press the button exactly at the right time, like, Insignia has like multiple startup frames, like, you know, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, you know, on purpose. That's right. But I don't need. That's not for me. You can reflex. Like yesterday, I added a new script that is specifically for the directional attacks. So like for this, what happens is while I'm in the startup frames of the back step, if I get hit and I've got a guard box, the game will slow down and I'll seek ahead in the animations to the hit. So it is instant, but for specific actions. Like it becomes essentially instant. So like that made it instant. But if I did the wrong response, it won't be instant. It's like it's only instant because I responded correctly. So like that slowdown there. So you don't have to plan. You can do those on reaction. That's right. You have to go into the correct stance. So they're not stances as much as they are just attacks with directions, but the startup frames of those attacks count as parry, like parry frames basically. So you swing in the direction that you want to parry in. Where did he go? He's off the screen. Hey, Medicinal Sheep. How's it going? What if I do this? What if I bring it in? Hey, Chardle, thank you so much for the sub. Thanks, Battle Mullet. So, the way it works, Elzak, is like this. This stance where he's like... That stance is attack held. Oh my god. Held. So, in this stance, any direction that you push in will result in an attack. And if you get hit while you're in this pose, you take less damage. So it's just a block. And then you have to press a button to turn it into a parry. So you're here, any button you press up, down, left, right will do the attack. But this on its own, it just takes damage. They should probably push him forward a little bit. Sorry, not today. Okay, so I think unsuitable at close range. Bro, where are my mid-range options? That's close. That's mid. I think I have to pull close range in a little bit to like 0.7 or 0.6. Where are we now? Are we close? We mid? What is this? This is... That's mid-range, because there's green, there's red. So I'm here. What state are you in? Stalk. Which is part of footsies. Can we not? What are we doing? Some people are being sarcastic and one person's being serious. Well, he's a highwayman. He's cashed up. Also, this forward thrust on the big thrust probably needs even more armor. Doesn't have any armor at the moment. Like 50 even. Tons. Oof. He's way harder now. Come on then. That's not a bad idea though, actually. The frames after could be weak. So if you block, you can counterattack. Well, they are weak. Okay, sure. Oh! Got him. It's getting better. Ooh. He can do this leap away, which has a big hitbox on it. No, he's supposed to be hard. And if you try to anti-air, he does that. You can't get over him. He just goes, nope. Got him. Come on, you little shit. Come at me. I want him to have more health. You guys want to play against him? You don't think we should do animations first? The rest of the animations? Or you just want to have at it? What the hell is going on right now? Hello? Go. Oh, there's something else there. Sorry, I'm an idiot. Good. Now we can test it. He's supposed to be like a one-off. You know, like in like Dark Souls or something, you'll see like a troll. And there's only one of them in the level. You know? Like Havel or something. Just like the NPC characters. He doesn't have that much health. We can give him a bit more. Wait, what? He's only got 200? Let's give that man 250. Come on. At least. Bro, I'm getting chipped out. Get the hell out of here. Cool. Okay. Well, I'm happy with that. I think he's in a really good spot, to be honest. Push that. Hey, thank you so much, K2T. I don't know how to... You know who you are. Thank you. We could just pop one of these guys in the demo if we want. I think it's time. Where do we put him? Down here? Trying to jump on me. I think it's too easy to block that. It's too obvious. Let's get that leap attack a little faster. I don't know what this telegraph does. What direction does it move in? 0.25 from where it started. Then this shouldn't be like this. It should be like this. And then this should be like that. And this should be like 0.2. It's not really how I do it, but it's okay. I don't like the forward dash just randomly. He's not getting provoked the way that I would expect him to on those hits. There's something not quite right about it. This needs to be on guard. Should enter. Debug.log. Info.remaining poise normalized. What's happening here? Something's not quite right. That was all right, but 77? Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's annoying. Hey, Cakes. Potentially. I think that attack should be a bit faster too. Where's our plunge? Yeah, this is more of a one of these ones. I knew it felt bad. It was a deceleration curve, and he's falling out of the sky. The deceleration, it should be an acceleration if you're falling. So let's watch that again. Yeah, that's better. I say this with a sandwich on my head. Come at me. I am Lord Sandwich, creator of the sandwich. I died. If I go 1, 2, oh, I can do it. I don't like that. Is the enemy a bit slow? I mean, it's not slow because it's super tanky. It also has like a very like you don't have a lot of, what's the word? It's got a lot of traps in it, so that if you don't do the exact right thing, you get hit. So the stakes are much higher. Saravati with the clinker. These are the old ones, and there's not much left. There's only like 2 left. Nuh-uh. You went for pink? It was green. Yucky. That's better. I think this vulnerability is probably a little too high. And this being a poise of 50 is super hefty. Maybe it could do more. Maybe it stalks for too long. Thank you so much, Jonah. Okay. I think we're taking double hits, and I don't know why. Maybe even less. Hello. It's something to do with the way he gets punished quite often. I mean, here he's pretty good. He's just attacking us. I think he needs maybe for some of these attacks, he needs like a move that's a really quick retaliation that's not a wait. Like he just needs a move where he goes straight into one of these. Maybe it's a little like, I don't know what it would be, but it needs to be like a startup for these attacks. Where he just like reels back and then does one of these three. And it's not a hold, it's just a, I'm gonna do my attack now. Maybe it's a little pirouette, a little spin. That'd be sick. I want to do it. I want to do the spin. We're so close. All right. Let's write it down. It's too hard now. Do a variant of rattle that's a little spin move that leads into his directional attacks. Cool. All right. Well, do you know what we'll do? I'm going to end the stream right now. Run plus attack plus cannon attack plus idle is 15 hours. That sounds about right. 4 attacks, 15 hours. Depends how many frames of animation, how much detail. I'm going to go. I'm going to have a shower. I'm going to come back and we're going to play some games. Okay. So thank you, pals. This was a fun stream. Let's find someone to raid and get out of here. But when I come back, you better come back. Yeah, we'll play Lies of P. Or Age of Empires, one of the two. Okay. Thank you so much, pals. I had fun. I hope you did too. If you like the content, go check out the demo. And the next demo version is going to have this guy in it. If you like that, you can go wishlist the game at Steam. Thank you. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time, bye.